Hello, we're back. This game has a hold on me. It's really bad. But I'm excited because from here on out, I don't know what's going to happen in the game. We're about to start summer. Hopefully, I can start making more money. Really, my goal is to figure out how to consistently make money now. And I'm wondering if it'll be through the animals. I don't know. I gotta. Oh, yeah, and we're going to start out with Ling, right? With Ling giving us that new. Let me check this first. Mastery, good. Diving. So we got the increase of finding artifacts. Even though I feel like when we're down there, we don't get a lot of artifacts. I don't need double kelp, do I? Fast to drop rare resources. It's only 2%, but I feel like that will help more than double kelp. And maybe it's because I haven't figured out how to use kelp really, so I might regret that later, but oh well. Increases the selling price, that'll be good. Forge double items, that'll be nice. Ooh. It's funny because it's so small, but I think I would probably pick that later. Okay, so town rank. Everyone is E except for heritage. Okay, let's go so we can see Ling. We got a sneak peek of this last time. Adventures with you finally emerged. Quickly, follow me to the lab. It's ready. I'm gonna read through this quickly since I read through it last time. I've been waiting for you. You're a pretty slow walker. I didn't get much sleep last night because I was so excited to show you this. Here, let me show you. I'm excited to use this. This is the Diving Suit 2.0. Not a very exciting name, I know, but it works. I've added a speaker and a mic in your mouthpiece and earpiece, and a little processor that'll process and translate all merfolk language. That's why I'm excited. Not only that, I added a little display on your goggles. It'll also translate any written merfolk language. You'll need it, trust me. Okay, so I had clicked on this before. I'll put this. You made this so fast, how did you do that? Lots and lots of coffee. Felt like I was back doing my undergrad thesis. Well, I think that's all. Have fun in the waters. Goddess above, I can't wait to see what else you'll discover down there. Me too. Right, so, read the mail. I can't believe it. People are still donating. Oh, yeah, I did read this last time. Millie and I talked about it, and we want to honor the backers. We'll have a new room in the museum with the names of all the contributors engraved on the walls and statues for the higher level backers. We'll call it the Founders Hall. So I wonder if this is going to be for all the people who backed the game. It'll have their names. That would be cool. Go ahead and harvest so that we can go for water, and we'll have some food with us. Good thing about the. Now we gotta get our chicken. Egg, is it still regular? Yes, it is. Let's pet her. Yay! And looking okay. 3 days old. Let me let her go so that way we can save some hay. Taking her time. Right, so we got food. Drop the unnecessary stuff. I'm gonna drop the egg off. Eventually, we'll be using it to make some money. And artifacts, right? And it's the scythe that I use. Yeah, we can come back for the. All right, so we have plenty of food. Um, fast travel. Let's go here because I don't want to sing anything. Yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, because I want to read what it says. Now that we can read it. Okay. Oh, you can't access this cave right now. For some reason I thought I was gonna say something else. um. Okay, so then actually we want to go here because I need to still follow the moving whatever that is. I think it hopefully that will lead me to the merfolk. The retreating route. That's all right. So these two being my ooh, see? That's what we like. Are those coffers. Food and more food. And I think I already took my oyster out. I'm not gonna eat it until I double check. Wonder what this is gonna be. It reminds me of the gazebo in Sound of Music. I don't know why I thought of that. I am 16, going on 17. Offers. Oh, there's more food. Snack bar called. Actually, let me check right now while I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, offered. Everything else has been offered under the sea. Yes, it has. Yeah, since it's the only one. May as well clear my pockets as we go, you know? is that? Hermit crab. I don't think we donated that yet. I don't like that we changed direction. Perfect. Let me get this stuff and then we'll make sure. Make sure it's not blocked, even though I'm sure it will be. A lot of energy. Game is like, did you clear anything? Far out. Wow, it really has it going down here. Yeah, I know I'm feeling tired, but I'm trying to. Still going more? Let's see more food. Or, it's blocked. This is really going as far out as it can. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Is it gonna loop all the way around? Okay. We are not going back up. Because that's the next step as soon as I get to. Nice, I got a coffer. Okay, is that it? Is that you telling me that it's not blocked anymore? It's done. Good. Let me go get the food that I missed back here. Good. Beautiful. Okay, so there's still one here. And this is taking me away from the other two. There are three. Some salt. Yeah, because I still want to clear this. So this one, you would think it would be, don't leave me. Don't worry, I won't. Good. Clear. Watch it crack it open. Oh, my food is here. Off my ringer. Put it in the perfect spots. Okay. I just want to see this part open up. Oh. Not that one. Okay, well that's still pretty. I know where it is. Let me take the shortcut. Hi, Maricode. Alright, so this. Release them and okay. Start clearing. Ooh, is that a shrimp? Skunk cleaner. I think I already have one of those in the museum. Eat this. Kind of want to save because it's silver. No. Let's go ahead and eat them. Give me a good amount of energy. Perfect. I'm gonna say I'm gonna activate this and then run downstairs and get my food. Probably locked here. Right front. I don't want that. Okay. Okay. So I wonder also if I can go back and find the turtles, if I would know what they're saying. Is that it? So that would make sense. It's okay, there's nothing to do with it. There to be pretty, I guess. Let me see these. Is it a dolphin? Talk to him. Oh, I still don't understand what they're saying. Okay. Oh, that's a, is that a flounder, I think? Shimmering coffer with that. Alright, let's actually check and see. Oh, closed. They closed it too. Okay, well then. Matter. Let me try to find where the retreating route went. Here. Another one. At a different. Over here. Retreating route. No, you couldn't have because this is still blocked. Okay. Sure with the map. This one is the retreating route. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Garbage. Okay. Blocked. Oh, up in. Anchor here, so that way I'll know the retreating route is over here. Other. Oh, we got silver and bronze. Okay. Make a lot of money. Alright, so those two need to be taken care of. I will be right back as my food is here. Go get that. go. Now, right, I am back. Got my food. Should have opened it first. Smart, right? Really big part of me thinks I should be done with this today. Yeah. Done with diving for the day. Oh, this is hot. That's good. They didn't give me any pencils. Great. Have some bread. Turn on this light. Goes down. I was about to say, is that a fish? Robot thing. Say hi to these people. I'm stocking up on they said something else on shiitake before spring ends. Oh my gosh! Okay, tomorrow's the last day of spring. I need to go buy. Uh, back in my fishing days, our nets were always full. Now you're lucky to get one bite all afternoon. Need to go get seeds. I hope he's open tomorrow. He is. I think Sam's closed. Diving. And then that I think we need to donate. And then we can go foraging. I have to get all of my tools. Could have bought them with me. Good. Coffer. Yep, hermit crab. 64 items is a good amount. Still holding out hope on seeing octopus. Wish we could turn. I think it'd be cool to see it. Maybe when they change the layout. Okay, yeah, let me drop that off and then go get all of my tools and then we'll just on the island. Is it makeshift or is it organic? It's down here and this down here. I could sell those. Or you know what? Why don't we go ahead and do what they want me to do? To chant these. So let me go ahead and do it. Or artifacts. Yes, I could use the money, but honestly, I wasn't acting like I was about to sell them. So. Like I use the scythe the most. Oh, that doesn't count? Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, we got more coins. This doesn't seem like it was super necessary, but alright. We can go see what we can find. Let me. Ooh. Some garlic naan. It smells so good. More mushrooms. Let me see if there's something we can do down here. We can talk to. Oh, absolutely nobody's down here. No tasks. But the store. Oh. New item. Ew. And I think this is something I need. Maybe not. Have I had this before? Donated it. Oh well, it's gone. Energy is low anyways. Nothing to grab. But here's something. Flowers, inventory full. Okay, well that's my cue to go back home then. That's because my inventory is full. I don't have money for you though, as much as I want that. Hmm. Go get those flowers and then we're gonna go to sleep. The flowers are so close to the fast travel location. Sure she goes to sleep before midnight. Energy. Night 2. Stay with me. Can we see on TV? I feel like reading about the telephone. Right. Cool. Now, gotta go. I do it first so I don't forget her. Didn't check on her last night, but always in here. A regular egg. Looking okay. Let me go foraging. Why not? Oh, don't donate ya. What is this? Improve the hot springs. And they've started to become improved. Let's say hi. Hi, Takiba. Are you here to enjoy the spring blooms? Really wish we could give you gifts. There's nothing down there. Zara was using a metal detector down on the beach the other day. She found a gold coin. Let's see. Nobody's there so far. Wonder how else we help the springs. No! Doggone it. So close. Oh, we're already full? Okay, let's go back in the... Oh, I didn't even get the garbage from here. Let me just do it so when I walk by it'll be ready. Is that with a fly? We'll also come back to them because they have something that I want. It was good to get early in the game. Pieces falling out of the bread. Do we want to go to the ranch? Yes. Ooh. I feel like I should get a duck, right? Before I get another chicken. I could sell something. Ooh. Yeah. We'll be fine. Last day of spring. Okay. Next. This stuff is food. Donate that. But at the same time, I don't want to eat those. Like I should some. One of these days I need to just eat what I get from there on out. Right. So that. Ling is a bit of an oddball, yeah, but she's actually okay. I like Ling. Space. These three can be just left. I don't need those unless I'm actually doing. I need those for, you know? Gold encrusted hammer and a blunt sword in my pocket. Thing is, this is open. Also want to okay, they're open today, just oh no. I am so sad. How can you guys be closed today? I was right there with Millie when she got the news about the campaign. Never seen her light up like that before. Well, gotta say, not really a big fan of spring. It's just, it probably because all the allergies. Especially with Charles sneezing all over. Speaking of seasonal stuff, you get tulips, wasabi, and celery this time of year. I haven't gotten celery. Wasabi. Get. I already have you, so it's fine. Are they so fast and they're so small? My folks, they had me when they were just young themselves. Because of that, I feel like we're speaking the same language most of it. There isn't much of a generation gap. The gap? Oh, I just mean it's easy to tell my parents how I feel about stuff. Or, you know, in general. Any spring flowers? Make sure your animals don't snack on them. Ooh, is this Bonbon, I think? We're glad you ran into Bonbon. You wish it could happen more often. Water gates open. Be prepared before you go in. The birds are back. I'd set all the animals at the shelter free if I could. That's what I could do. I don't think I have anything in my pocket, but I like to double check. Well, almost. Time yet. And you know what? Oh, you can find all kinds of things around my house. Oh, like food, I mean. There are wild mushrooms, even fresh fruit sometimes. If you find any wild fruit, feel free to take it, by the way. Kind of nice to spend the weekend here. Sometimes I use wool or fresh flowers instead of a brush. It's fun to change things up. A good idea. Could you move a little? You're in the way. know what? With it being that I don't have money, and oh, I'm really looking for money, so oh sad these eyes aren't open. I need you. I need your shop. Yeah, it'd be nice to say hi to you guys, but I wonder where they are. You guys hang out on your day off. And I'm pretty sure I still don't know them well enough. Yeah. Yeah. So how can I get money today? I guess I could try to find where to sell bugs. And by find out, I'm hold on. That means Google's about to help me. Because I really want this Coral Island. Can I sell bugs? Okay, you can sell them at the beach shack. That was quick and easy. So let me go get the other bug, because I think I had another bug. At least one that I put to sell tomorrow. Hee. I don't ever run into her. I like getting coffee at Raj's place. They're good at making coffee. My favorite. This Raj? Antonia. It's very bright out lately. It's the spring sun. It's waking up again. You know what? Since it's 12, it doesn't make sense for me to walk past this place when I was saying that I was gonna go. All of a sudden, I changed my mind. It's too nice to stay inside today, isn't it? Your grandparents' farm was neglected for a long time. You should have seen it. It wasn't a pretty sight. Mayor Connor was going to turn it into a community garden before you moved in. Bon Bon. No, we already saw you today. See if there's something I want to buy to have ready for next. Cucumber and soybean. Oh. But we already have one. I don't think I have cauliflower, radish. Oh, and produces every 4 days. No, I'm not gonna buy anything because I'm really. I didn't even see if there's something he could buy. Yes! Look at that. Look at that. I'm getting a goose. We're still gonna sell the we're still gonna sell the insects, but as long as he's open. 10 to close. Okay, till 5. And I still okay. 2 places I need to go. Let me get the insect, get the goose, and Perfect. Goose before they close, even though they don't close. Oh, I didn't mean that. Sorry. Oh, duck, not a goose. I knew what I was talking about. Okay, so the first one was I'm doing singers. So the first one was okay. Before I go to see her, we go see Ben. His name is. You know what? Actually, I can't because I need to sell these things. Yeah. See how much it costs, but no, let me wait. For that thing never has something we. I'm not too fond of people, if you want to know the truth. I understand. I'm gonna start selling my shells to them. Cool. It's not a lot, but. And it's nice that I can get the shells right here. Sell them right here. Yeah, we got some. I already spoke to you today, we'll say again. There's plenty of room over there if you want to sit down. But Mom and Dad told me in the spring a bunch of animals come out of hibernation. Sweating the day away, I'm playing volleyball with the family, trying to see if I can still beat my wife at it. Oh, so are both of the kids there? I'm trying to find time to edit all this video footage before the deadline. The wind feels nice, but don't open your mouth so wide, sand might get in it. Bonbon is one adventurous pup. You see him everywhere. That's fair. All right. Let's sell the shells and then try the other beat. I don't think this is enough money. Garbage. Thanks. Garbage fur. Okay, so not a lot, but get the I'm so happy the Kickstarter campaign did so well. Feels good to have played even a small part in it, you know? Probably gonna do an update shoot for the new museum. Cool tutorial. I don't think it's enough money, but go up there and see. It's flour. Ooh. This kiss. Butter. Peanut. Pull some more seeds to donate. We can also visit. The goose. I can pet the goose. Try to get to him before 5 because I don't close this at 5. Still open. And I don't see it. Pretty. This. My inventory is full, so let me eat something. Apparently, that gives you. That has a lot of coverage. Ooh. Mushroom, do I? Flower. So. Basically, I'm gonna take you. Sell you. To get, because there's more flower. Let me go down here and fast. A lot of flowers out here. Uh-oh, you're walking around. Are you guys closed? Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, it just gives me the money now. I can put the stuff in my trunk to sell for tomorrow. Bug. Flowers and flowers. The flower there. See the goose. Been okay. Been okay. Doesn't work because they're already inside. Oh yeah, let me put the scarecrow out, even if I'm not really using it. Fits, and I can see how much room it. Yes, look at that. Sheesh. Compared to the other one. Right here. Well, oh, I can't move it? Oh, shoot. Okay, well, the garden will just start growing this way. I was going to go flowers and stuff that I can here. Nope. Last day of spring, there's gonna be some stuff that won't be here tomorrow. Ooh, a lot of snail. Those three. Yeah. Whoops. Oh, traveled far. Rose was sneezing all night when I saw him at the tavern. Maybe we should go to the tavern. They hang out. People at garbages that I left. I don't think I ever go up here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Actually, I do need to. I know that with catfish, I need to offer brown trout. Catfish. But let me exit and go because I think trout. Yeah, back. Garbage. Oh yeah, can do this, right? Well, that'll be one of the first things I. Cricket. Yes, I do. That might not be a cricket. Inventory full. Oh, that's okay. I can eat them. Cricket. All right, let's go to the museum. Actually, go to. Shoot, I don't have the museum thing open. Let's walk there. That one that I have open. Go to. Delivery. $30. Drop off what I'm going to sell. And then let me make sure the tavern's open before I go over there. Otherwise, I'll just be clearing out space over here. The energy that I have left. It's open for 2 more hours. Ooh, doo, 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 doo. We did it! I knew this campaign was gonna kick butt from the get-go. Woohoo! What's your favorite thing to eat around here? I'm starving. I know there's tons of fresh veggies and stuff, but sometimes you really just want fast food, you know? I'm so sore. I've been lifting a lot lately. Nice hot bath sounds excellent right about now. Wow, so strangers really did give us money to fund the museum's renovations? That's so strange. Why would they do that? Are you sure this isn't a scam? Looking for some work to do? I was just thinking, wouldn't it be nice if we could have a community garden? Be nice. It would be nice to have a place where the community could grow crops, share produce, and form bonds. Have you caught the new commercial on TV yet? From what I've seen, Luke has an eye for quality electronics. Me not carry anything, so I don't accidentally give it. Congrats on the campaign win. Can't wait to see the spruce up at the museum. Noah loves roasted mushrooms, but he doesn't like them raw for some reason. I bet it's because he doesn't want to clean them. I won't lie, cleaning mushrooms is the worst part about cooking them, but that boy Noah is just lazy. It's hard to get out of season produce around here, but I really want to make some pumpkin pie. I'm in a pickle, aren't I? Don't you dare leave, ma'am. Ah! Since you were here, now I want to talk to you. I talked to you before. Oh, I guess we already talked to her. The young ones these days, they find ways of doing things that we would have never thought of. Asking strangers to fund our museum renovation? I would have never thought it was gonna work. I think it's time for another haircut. My hair is getting long. Oh my. You can't tell? Are you being polite? It's not a bad idea to keep some seeds on hand so you can get a head start next year. See, that's what I was thinking. Are you listening to my advice? This is all important. You'll understand soon enough. I do Tai Chi on my day off and spend the rest of the day foraging around. I like cooking, especially if the ingredients are fresh from nature and not store-bought. Oh ho ho! Did you say something? Really? Must be the music. It's so loud I can hardly make anything out. Apologies. I wonder where we'll put our recycling once the bin is full. Not everybody has one of those fancy compact recycling machines. You know, the little machine you can put in your yard? Yeah, we do have one. Oh well, no point complaining about it. Spoke to her, we didn't talk to Waku. Congratulations on your Pickstarter success. The wave of support has been truly amazing. Walking to the coffee corner is how I make sure I get my walking in. If I didn't, I'd be in my office all the time. That wouldn't be good. It's really beautiful this time of year, peaceful too. Spring is truly special here. Tell me, do you think you'll stick around on Coral Island? What's your master plan? Yeah. Here. Yeah, I hear you. My career took me away from Coral Island for a bit, but this place is always home. Okay, so we spoke to them, but we didn't talk to the... I'm in the mood for something crunchy. Singing better not bother him. Okay. So we spoke to everybody we can speak to. And it's still set time. Go home. And I got a tulip. Tulip is the only thing I gotta put away. And we got our duck. Go. No space. Commercial. Mentioned it. Good. Oh, let me see if... Yeah, we've already seen... Okay. Already seen that one. Rerun. Oh. 2 new people? Nina, my darling flower lily, I miss you so much. It's gonna be a fun summer now that you're here. Alright, everything's done. Okay, now let's get the... Oh, we will need crops today to buy. Let's get these eggs. I don't want to check on her. She's looking okay. Okay. Is there not another egg? Oh. pretty sure we're supposed to. What the heck happened? Hmm. Oh no. I clicked the wrong way. But we really need these to be opened. And I kind of want to do that before I even go anywhere and get anything else. We're gonna go foraging until 9 o'clock, sirs. Also, let me Google. Oh, yeah, it's summer, so we're gonna have new things. Okay. Coral Island, where to sell eggs. Sell for 45. Yeah, duck eggs. Sell for 95. Nice. Local stores. Oh no, this is in real life. Can be used in recipes. Okay, but oh, I guess I can put it in the shipping bin. Okay, let's just go foraging. Is that a new flower? Because that's really pretty. It is. Oh, hibiscus, my favorite flower. I'll be happy if we can grow hibiscus. I had a split second and I missed it. Ben, like your summer outfit. I saw one of the statues isn't in the cavern anymore. Looks like the little fella decided to take a walk after all. Cosmo. Sunflower. There's gonna be new bugs too. Move in. My summertime. We will try. Keep flying towards me. Yes, Luna Moth. Next. Luna. Make sure I donated. Yes, I still need to offer. And Awesomes. And a firefly. Catching at night. Just okay. Through the air. Cavern just got more interesting, isn't it? A mysterious gate opens and a statue goes missing. I mean, oh, there's something. Wasp. I don't know if we've already given that one up. Watercress. Okay. Left here. Yep. We'll come back. Probably gonna get left here. Yep. We'll donate items and then go back to get whatever those two things. Let me drop off flowers that I just got. Yikes. Need even more. Actually, let me go get those things because I don't know what they were. I don't think they'll be donated, but you never know. Since I'm already gonna be going to museum. Okay, seeds. Perfect. Too many seeds. And seeds. Okay. Wait, inspect. What am I inspecting? Apparently mushrooms grow on logs. Really, I can plant those seeds today, but I'm gonna wait till winter because I heard if you don't reach a certain level by winter, then there's no seeds available. Don't want that. Eddie. The kids run the tavern on their own. It may look easy, but running a food business is a lot of work. I can imagine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is that a ladybug? We getting? Yeah, we are going. Lady beetle, excuse me. Not a ladybug. Oh, Alice. Everybody's outfit is different. Fiber. Nice. Now I think guys are open. Don't quite have enough space, so because there's a fast travel location, let me get rid of some stuff. I want to make sure I can open up. I think I have enough money to open up all the stuff. If not, then I'll come back and sell the bugs at the shack. Okay. Cause shoot, that's another thing. I gotta get some seeds from Sam. Need some money. Here's Bumble. Garbage. Alright, I see you changed your outfit. It's no longer purple. Help. Come on, we can get better than that. Gemstone candlestick, that's nice. Salt lamp, cool. Gemstone beads, okay, and I still had 2 spots open. Let me say hello. Any big plans for the summer? I'll probably just chill at the tavern and work on my speakers. Same old, same old. Today's a busy day for me. I could use a cold drink right about now. Brother. Let's be in the cemetery. No, but there's a flower. Larkspur. Sure, something strange is going on. On the Watergate and the cavern opened up. The Watergate and the cavern opened up. Should we look into it? Not that I'm, you know, scared or anything. Why would you even think that? Oh, I need to go to the cavern. Maybe that's what we'll do today. Inventory full. And come right back. Yay! Got whatever that is. Dragon fruit. I like dragon fruit in real life. I think we're almost done with the... Honestly, I'd rather be lifting weights or jogging, but yoga's cool too. Dog said, let me out. Alright, let me see what he's selling, and then we can come back. I'm already here, you know? Look at the calendar. Oh, there's an animal festival. And beach cleanup. Okay. See what you got. Let's see what you got. Radish. Okay, so that's good to know. Radish is good for spring and summer. So I'll try to make sure I have some extra radishes then. So that next spring I'll be ready. Wheat. Gardenia. Sunflower tomatoes. Corn peppers, blueberry, starfruit. Ooh. Okra. Bell pepper, melon, rambutan, summer or fall. Cool. Jackfruit, papaya. Yeah, because summer or fall will be nice to get, so that way I'll know. None of these say summer. Pepper, okay. So we want to make sure we get hot pepper seeds. Especially since it produces every 3 days. That's smart. Work smarter, not harder. Trash. Yeah, so let's drop everything off and then go to the mine today. But I feel like I should sell those bugs today and buy some seeds. So then I don't have to plant them right now. I can plant them when I come back, you know? Poisonous. At least I have a lot of sugar cane because down in the mines. Okay, I was gonna. What am I doing? Oh, I only have one bug. Well, let's go see what you get for that one bug. Forgot you can also sell shells, so let me actually find shells too. They're really about. Summertime is lounging time for people on the Coral Island. I like to take inspiration from the beach sometimes. The shells, the sea, so much material. You can't dive from here. You gotta go there. Go to the inn, then go south. I got sand in my mouth. That's than what I have. Okay, well that's good money. Not great, but enough to get some seeds. Let me check the other side. Get some shells. That's it. Eat it. I get fresh flowers for the inn from Ben. He gives us a discount for buying in bulk. Utensils, eat this. I think I have some here, actually. Yeah, actually I have a fork. Perfect. Eldest scallop. And then get some seeds. Gee. Alright, so I have 100. Damn, what can I get with 100? And stuff that makes sense. So like peppers. Can I get 2? That might be really smart. That way it'll keep producing even through fall. And I'll put them in some spots that are covered by the... Worry about watering them. And did I get the duck and the chicken today? I think I did. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, there's no eggs. I think I didn't get a duck egg and I was like, what's going on here? Yeah, she's looking okay. Alright, so that means I need to empty my pockets some. Don't need a hoe. Need a pickaxe. No, no, no. I think I need that. These I can eat. Let me bring the light ring though. See what they're talking about the Watergate. Thought something was gonna happen to go down there? No? Okay. Oh, it must be this. Because I opened it. Okay. Oh, and I didn't bring anything to fight with, but fighting is not my goal. Down as far as I can is my goal. Almost did see that. It kind of blends in. Oops. Oops. Come on. How can I do that so many times? I feel like rocks are one thing we will never have. Perfect. We will never be without. Way to get rock. Come on, path stairs. Perfect. A small one just in case. Mm. Cool. What is that? Fort. Okay. When it was night. Alright, so at this point, my goal is just to get to level 10. Jeez. Pop all the rocks. Nothing. Essence. Nobody that 3 hearts. Buddy. We are going to... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the dehydrator. We're gonna... Does that really work above land? Like on land? But they did the one. No? Oh. I don't have a way to defend myself, so please leave me alone. Okay, good. Another one. Get hit too, sorry. It still didn't. Here. Wow. Okay. Ooh. And some food. And if there were, oh, there are a couple. Because it takes so much. Put this here. Okay, I did. Um, so, my food in a minute. Okay. Let me find the smaller ones. Two more levels. Right here would be perfect. Lot. And nothing. Here's a good one too. No? Okay. Mm. Just one more level. Oh shoot, and might not get home in time. Okay. Forget that. We're getting home in time. Okay. We are getting home. Oops. In time. Perfect. And I still have two more for next time. All right. And we got bronze. Interesting. Do you want to leave the mines? Yes. I didn't even check to see if there was something down there. Yeah, I don't have time. We'll come back tomorrow and see if there's something on level 10. Gotta get home, go to sleep. Ooh, are we gonna make it? think we made it before midnight. Okay, stone chest, stone arc, more stamina and health. That's always positive. I'm excited. Ground insect trap. You know I can't stand catching those insects. And a bee house. Be interesting. And more stamina and health. An extra friendship with Ben. Didn't make any money today. That's fine. Because we did make money. We just don't have any money coming overnight. Right? Didn't I sell some stuff? Place a flower inside to produce honey. Okay, we need to get silver bar. I'm about to have so many. Oh, and it's raining. Perfect. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's raining because I have... I don't have coal. What happened to my bronze ore? I thought I had gotten some bronze. Why is it all of a sudden gone? At least I have my water geode, right? Don't take that away from me. Alright, what I want to do... We're gonna make some silver bars. And... I'll put this here. And get a flower. The most is 12 canola. So I will cool beans. Two eggs. And it's bronze quality. She's looking okay. Okay, she finally got a heart. She's looking okay. Do you guys want to come outside? One of you ate the hay. I don't know if they come out in the rain. Okay, you do. Oh, you're not happy with it? She's looking cranky. Okay, well then go back inside. Because we don't want that. Take your butt back inside. Yeah, see? Go inside. I don't want you to be cranky. Perfect. And you got food. And I'll put more food. I'll make sure that they have more than enough hay. Nobody's gonna tell me that I'm not taking care of them. Ooh, I think one of the honey is done. Wonder how much that the honey sells for. See? Oh wait, if you want to stay inside, you can. If you want to go outside, you can. Let me just go ahead and sell all the eggs. Okay. Still don't need those. Produces honey over time. Okay. Let's go foraging. There is a place that I didn't go. I didn't go all the way to the right. There's another snail. There's another flower. Watercress. Ooh, food. I've not had this. Gulf Fertility. More food. Trash. Let me make sure there's nothing. Since it's a new season. Oh, yeah, I need to get. Okay. I'm gonna bring in the duck egg to donate. Okay, summer. Okay, I can also bring a hibiscus. And hot pepper, perfect, because I, planted that. So I need hibiscus and duck egg. Gotcha. I don't think hibiscus could fit in there. I want a regular hibiscus, though. And yeah, no, we'll just do a duck egg when it's regular, because bronze means I'm gonna get more money. And I could have dropped some stuff off, but whatever. Whatever. The one is going to be donated, the other is going to be sold. The flowers I could have dropped off. More watercress. Ooh. And a shallot. Okay, we need to donate that because I did see that as something. Oh, white hibiscus. There's another shallot. Mm. Wait. So I don't think I have this one. Or is this just a regular fly? It is just a regular fly. Still, we'll sell it. Mm-hmm. Can't pick anything else up on the way. Gotta come back. Well, let's see if it has something that I already have. Nope. I might not come back. I might. I don't know. I don't see any flower. All right, let me go back to the blacksmith's, get that tree nut. And then from there, I will fast travel to the beach. Or should I fast travel to my house? Let me fast travel to the house to drop some stuff off. Because I can also get some shells to sell. And that would be smarter. Say the house, the farm. Not diving. Oh, duh. I do need to go there to talk to them. I'm gonna sell that too. No, not. I'm down here. Actually. Okay, so I do need to see the just didn't think about it. I do need to give them the water geodes. I still haven't eaten my food. Oh, insufficient gold. That's fine. I'll be back. I'm about to have sufficient. Once I sell these bigs. Well, that sucks. They're closed today. No, I don't have that saddleback. Oh, that looks kind of cool. 2 more spots. Is this rock climbable? Oh, and I got a catfish. Okay, let's just be smart and because, yeah. I'll come back to the beach and get the other side. So that's all being sold. No. Yes. 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 And yes. Let's go to the other side of the beach first because I'm just gonna have to go right back. Oh, I could have done the lighthouse. Let me actually do the lighthouse. Makes sense. Just come that way. Ooh. See, this is what I'm talking about. I knew there was gonna be a bug. Soldier beetle. And another saddlebag. I haven't even gotten to the beach. Four. And yep, that's it. So let's go up. And I have one more spot. Okay, yeah, because I didn't take it up there. So I was smart. Yeah. Is this open? Sacred area. Pretty sure I already saw that. And here is my nasty, nasty farm. All trash. Oh, hold on. Since I have one. I keep forgetting to check this. I could have had so many. I could have had so much maple syrup. You know what? I'm about to put it in here to sell. Because actually, let me buy these first. Let's go to donate. And I'll have to open the geode tomorrow. That's fine. We will have the money when, overnight. Oop. I need 4 more artifacts. It's like, do I want to go in the mine? I mean, we can do 5 more levels in the mine. And go get the explosives that I made. I have food. Maybe we'll sell that one. I'll keep that in my pocket just because. Just in case. I'll put that, put that. Yeah. And then hopefully when I get back, this stuff will be ready. Since I don't have any money, you know? See if we can scavenge. Well, I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, see, like the flour. Take it. Let me just take it. Why not? I might regret it later. Oop. This won't be here later. And I know we can sell it. Let's go another 5. I have to remember to see because usually there is a chest here. Yep. Awesome. Even more food. Nothing else. Cool. We have 10. We're good to go. If there's any... Actually, while I'm over here, let me get the small ones. You know, just in case it opens. Look at that. Now I know not to waste any energy. Because I would have been over here hitting all of these. I haven't seen that one. Oh, I haven't seen that one either. Okay, here they are. Ooh, I almost got hit. Once again, let me get the small ones. Perfect. Is that just one? I can't see through you. Yeah, I can't see through it. See some over there. Over here. I don't see any. And I got essence. also blow that up. Just to see. Nothing. Compost. Alright, well, we only got 2 levels. I still have a lot of energy. Hi, Romnu. Perfect. Yeah, no, I don't need to get that little one. Get 1 more level. Let me just make sure there's no ore. And then we'll be out of here. There is. And that's worth one of these. Definitely. I can use my energy on my farm. Woohoo. And level 15 doesn't give me any chests. What is that? That must be a monster. Yeah, that's a monster. Sure. Yep. Right, I'm out of the mines at 8 o'clock. Can you kill the animals? You can't cook them, but you can kill them and then they give you like really weird stuff. Like they might give you water essence and some goop. Really kind of weird stuff, but I don't have my sword with me. Ooh, there's a bug. Do you have anything different with each season? No, which is good because I want you to keep that scarecrow so I can eventually get it. Let me walk through here so I can see what I can forage on the way home. Early. Ooh. Okay. I'm never gonna get it if I do that. There we go. Another flower. Can't I make this now? Yes. Okay, so now I'm going to set these out. What kind of traps? But I think I want like one in each. So this is the forest, I think. I'm gonna put it like over here. I don't want them too far. Yeah. See the map. Yeah, perfect. So I can put one in the forest. I can put one in the woodlands, one by the lake. Yeah, we can put one on the beach. Oh, and I can put one back by the mines too. I want them to be kind of near the fast travel locations. Get that. Um, yeah, we'll put one on the beach. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out where I want to put it. Because I'll put one over here. And then I'll put one up here. Because there's typically... Look at that. There's always bugs over here. I don't think I've seen that. Oh, yes, I have. But we don't have this. Because I'm horrible at getting flying creatures. Maple leaf cutter moth. And it's silver. Can I get another one so I can... I have one more. Oh, I don't even have a thing for that. Can't even harvest that, can I? Oh, yes, I could. Is there anything to... Yes, there is. Donate. I don't know if I have moth. And I keep forgetting to check to make sure. This one just says moth. Okay, that's not donated. Okay. I want to make sure they don't need to be offered also. We're donating a lot. It says wait for Kickstarter funding, but how long does it take for the Kickstarter? Oh, it's 11:10. I still have quite a bit of energy. Oh, and I still have trap. Guess I'll put it somewhere near my land, near my farm. Put it over here. Can we do that? No? You don't want me to do that? You don't want Okay, they want me to put it. I'll go put it near the giants area. To the left. Hopefully I'll be back in time. I don't think so, but we'll see. Oh my goodness. Shoot. Shoot. Oh gosh, we're going to sleep right at midnight. So does right at midnight count? Probably not. Mayonnaise? New rancher on the block, ship 2 animal products. But we got more stamina and health, and a skill point, and a mayonnaise machine. That sounds really nasty, but, okay. Oh, we made some money. What do you want? Something tells me mayonnaise requires egg, and I sold all of the eggs. Need to get another duck egg to donate. Offer to the offering. Actually, finally eat my food. How long ago did I get? Animal filled to stay feed. Animal feed to stay filled. Harvest better quality animal product. Good. Double. Eventually it'll be top. I think I want double, even though it's only 5%. Mayonnaise. Turns an egg into a jar of mayonnaise. Alright. So I think that's the answer to my question. How can we make money with the eggs? I didn't put the cricket. Well, now we'll have money for tomorrow. Summer has arrived. I was wondering if you'd be planting papayas. 2 papayas for Emma. It's official, the campaign is closed, and we reached 4 times our goal. It's blowing my mind. I'm running out of words to describe how I feel. We'll start construction on the Founders Hall as soon as possible. We'll have an opening party and everything. I'll come get you. Okay, so it's still not done. I was hoping it'd be done. Yeah, give me the... Oh, it's still producing? That's not realistic, but... Go visit my animals. Hey guys. Why do we only have 1 egg? looking okay. And she's looking okay. So what's going on? The duck just... Oh, you know what? Maybe the duck only gives egg once every other day. Maybe I'm just being greedy. Mayonnaise machine. Water essence. Pull these out because I don't know what I'm be doing today. I think that was back here, yes. And what? This, I don't even know where I'm going. Let me see though. Not artifacts. Mining. Let me see if water essence and earth essence will work for the giants to enchant my... Good that it shows what's enchanted. I think it's supposed to. And let me see if there's something. Oh. Oh, well, I missed it. There's watercress. Oh, and some stuff is starting. That doesn't look like coconut, so it's some... Nope. Or maybe actually. Yeah, no, not the essence. Okay. Well, I know today I want to get that open up. Let me go up here and forage till we get home. Go back again. More watercress. And we might just do another 5 levels of the goal. And no, I need to stop. I was gonna say, and why don't I get another chicken? But no. All right. I was gonna try to get you. Burger. Ooh. The wasp. It's going faster than me. Can't get it. You know what? We can take these. I'm not... like, what am I gonna be doing down there? I'm gonna put this away. The bug. I got food. I don't think I can take the geode over there yet. We'll just go down here. And if I don't get all the way down, then I can still come back. And make sure I get down. Do at least 5 more levels. Food first. Perfect. Look at that. I was gonna say there's nothing down here. Yes, there is. And then after water, I gotta figure out how to upgrade my pickaxe because I gotta do this many. On this level, it's gonna be more on the next. Just to get them open. Probably shouldn't forget the chicken. Then I can have more eggs, which means more mayonnaise, which means more money. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 3 and 4. 2, 3 and 4. 2, 3 and 4. It's time to pull out the explosives. Ooh. No more bronze ore. Yikes. Be smart with this one. No. Oh well, I have enough food. Perfect. What is this? Moonstone. This is the last level. Perfect. Amber Shield Ring. Small chance to completely block damage. Really nice that they give these things. Right. So now we gotta go water geode, but hold on. What about this moonstone? What is that? What is that all about? Ooh, okay, we can offer moonstone. Trash. Wow, I was so excited to get a stone. Upgrading a tool? No, I don't have enough money. Actually, let me see how much upgrade tools. 1,500. You know, I don't have enough money. But I am gonna go and offer this moonstone. Oh yeah, and I need a duck egg. Oh. I can't offer the moonstone yet. Must be over here. I don't understand what that said. Okay, so let me just keep it then. I guess we'll put it in the artifact area. Yeah. Did I put bugs in here? Okay, I was gonna say I have something. Alright, you are still processing. What about mayonnaise? Ooh, excuse me. Let me put it in here to sell. Man, I don't have any more eggs, do I? See, that's why I feel like I need to get another chicken. If they're still open, I'm gonna get another chicken. I need an aminol. An aminol. Yeah, every 2 days. Okay. Every 1 day. And what is her name gonna be? So I have now. And we'll have Mariah. Alright, so Mariah's at home. Wait, just say hi. Are you doing okay? Let me or Kenny know if you need anything. Thank ya. I also want to go to the what was I gonna say? I just want to go to the beach. Oh, she's looking cranky. Well, how do I stop her from being cranky? Because you can come outside, ma'am, so that way you're not cranky. Because we don't like that. Oh, they're going back inside. They did say they go back in the afternoons. Yeah, let me go to the beach. See if I can find some shells to sell. I'm glad we have a good coffee bar here in Starlet Town, but to tell you the truth, I much prefer green tea. Don't tell Raj. Don't worry, I won't. Ooh, let me get you this. Of course you knew I'd like this. I'll never turn down an insect, thank you kindly. You're welcome. It's really weird, but you're welcome. Look at all these radishes. And rainbow beetles. I forget what they're called. Soldier beetle. Silver quail. Oh, shallot, not radish. You're not liking that book? Summer finally. Now I can read outside as much as I want. Trash, trash. No. Then we don't run into her a lot. Did I hear correctly? You raised over 1 million with Pickstarter? That's amazing. What? I need to sell you the shell. And this bug, 59 and 45. Perfect. Ooh, are you sweating as much as I am? This heat is intense. I'd lend you my metal detector, but I'm actually using it at the moment. Might stop by the beach shack later, pick up some coconuts. I'm kind of in the mood for one. The beach is nice this time of year. Well, the beach is nice any time of year, to be honest, especially when the weather's perfect. What a beautiful day for a swim. People out here. Remember that for next year. Summertime, everybody comes to the beach. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You want to run? A sneak. Your hand's tired. Have you seen those cute little white flowers growing everywhere? What are those? I think they're daisies. They're white hibiscus, Eva. Are they daisies, you think? No. When it's not raining, I try to come watch the sunset. Didn't mean to bother you. Oh, I haven't met her yet. My, look at you exceeding your Kickstarter goal by miles. How delightful. Now I expect that museum to be nothing short of a global sensation, you hear me? Oh, how I miss the sound of waves. I just spent the day curled under a blanket. This volleyball court wasn't here last year. I wonder if it was pufferfish stewing as well. So, do we now say that we've met everyone? Yes, we do. It's Valentina and Wateroo's birthday. What do I have? Okay, let me find them. I'll give them shells. Probably don't like them, but she is okay. And Wateroo is probably or whatever. Let me sell everything except for 2. And no, let me get them flowers. Are you absolutely? Okay. It's my fault. I got something. It's exciting. Centipede. Oh, I don't think I had that. There's a flower. I don't have space for whatever this is. Where'd Valentina go? She walked that fast. I got a flower for you, Valentina. Where's Valentina? Oh, there she is. Thank you. I love birthday gifts. All right, now let me find. You drop these off at home, let's be real. And then I will find Wataru with a flower. Because I don't ever see him. Oh, let's say hi to Jim. The water's warm this time of year. I do Tai Chi on my day off and spend the rest of the day foraging around. I first need to go. Let's be real. Need to go. Tomorrow I need to get some seeds. I need to stop playing. I need to donate the centipede. I'm gonna forget. And I'm gonna be mad at myself. Ooh, that's a pretty bug. 2 of you. I was trying to sneak. At least I have 2 to donate, not just 1. Won't feel like it's a waste of a trip. One more. I have so much trash. Yeah, let me use some of it because once you hit $9.99, I saw that it just it wasn't trying to and geez, it takes a long time. Um Cereals goes over there. We have shallots here. And I'm gonna go ahead and donate that. Or not donate it, but sell it. Okay, and I was gonna get a flower for him. Ooh, but most of them don't like. Okay, now let's find what's Haru. There he is. Okay, I was gonna say, don't go in. Nice of you to think of me on my birthday. I don't get to Starlit much. Keep to myself here at the lighthouse. Bah. Okay. Bye. Let's go. Is that the Cecropia? No, Hickory Horn Devil. Saddleback. Ooh, -2. We have so much food. Being that dramatic is not necessary. Double check. I should have offered the centipede. And Cecropia. And awesome silk moth. And firefly. That's what I was really looking for. But these have already been. Let me sell to see what amount you get. I can also go see if there's any more maple syrup. Oh. Let me check on these crazy. Erica's looking okay, 7 days old. Lauren's okay. Is Mariah still irritated? She's cranky. I don't know what to tell you about being cranky. The honey is taking its time. Let me knock down this tree. I think I have just enough energy. I didn't check back here, did I? For the traps. Ooh. Ooh, this is one that I can offer. Gosh, doggone it. Let's walk around. Larkspur. What the heck is that? Oh my gosh. Gross looking, that's what it is. There's a flower. Let me go on down here so that I can get the fast travel back home. There's another something. Perfect. Even though this will get me a lot of money because it's silver. And wasp. We've already done what we can do with the wasps. So we are gonna go offering first. I was gonna go home, but no, we're gonna go offering to the temple. The Cecropia was one that I missed. Oh, Centipede, Atlas, and Firefly. There's nothing else. Let me take this to the woodlands because I don't quite know the way. Why? Nothing in there. Go to the museum. I see a firefly, that'd be fantastic, but can't be choosers. Bum bum bum. Silver ore and silver kelp. Well, thank you, thank you. I need to get in the bed. Because I didn't even check my energy when I woke up. I don't think she had full energy. Because we went to bed right in. I need to expand. We got extra hearts. 4 people. We made some decent money. Okay. Hmm. All right. Let's go see the chickens. I'm sure it's more when you sell it. Three eggs? Alright, it's okay. Alright, you're not cranky. Erica is okay. And Lauren is okay. Gotta take the dug egg to the offering. Excuse me, and I want these. Oh, I walked past. Bug. Yeah, it is. Ooh. Backwards. Stop it. Emma, my birthday's on the 13th. Do you know who else has a birthday on the 13th? Drop those off. Or nine. So yes, they're open. Checked game. My time at Porsche. I did not. Seen a lot of people who play these farm games play it, so probably would like it. But I haven't looked into it. So, hmm. Huh. Would I get another duck? I want to. Or if I get 15, then I'll just upgrade my pickaxe. Dead. Since I did say that that would be smart, I expect that you would like it. I believe you. You were right with the gas station simulator, so I trust your judgment. Anything? You're welcome. There's some. Oh, there's a garbage up here. Something I could sell. What is that? Looks like something else I can sell them. I'll take trash. Welk. Yeah, I could probably sell them. The Welk. 30. Not 15 though. Kinda looking forward to getting 15. You walk home. Come. Ooh, I got a bug. A big-headed Western tiger swallowtail. Oh, I got a. Did I hit the wrong spot? Come back to get the flower. Donate this. I got a duck from Jack, but he's boarding him for me. I think it's better for Fun Bucket to live with his friends. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just get a duck. Let me actually see what time they're open till. Till 5. And till 6. Okay, I got some time. Diving. No. Good. And I want to put the honey there to see how much we get. And I'm gonna get that flower. What else we can. Oh, I'm missing all the bugs. Here's the flower. Saddleback. Well, there's 2 bugs in my. Put a bug in here? No, I didn't. So I can sell those. Yeah. Probably just gonna get a duck. I think that's the smartest thing for me to do. Because I'll be guaranteed to make money with the duck. Shop? Oh, not shop. Animal. Yeah. And Whitney? I think because the other one was Mariah. Yeah, Whitney. I would stay at the beach if it's sunny weather. It's hot out there though. That's the only thing. Let me speak to this guy. Make sure to let your animals out of the barn once in a while. Especially when the weather as beautiful as this. I think I'll take a nap. The other beach is not sunny out. Apologies there. I got lost in swirling. It's all very theatrical. Okay, there is a bug that I don't have in my and a bug that I do have. Yeah. Oh, I did get a pus moth before. But was it in my other game? I think perfect. Okay. Insect centipede. I need to offer pus moth. Sounds nasty. Where is it? Okay. So one needs to be offered, one needs to be donated. So I didn't get it in this game. Ooh, flower. Duck. Duck, my duck, my duck. You can go outside. Yeah, I know you look cranky because you want to go outside. I know. Yeah, see? But you're not cranky now. Girl. Here. See, Mariah's looking good. Okay, now she's happy. It still says cranky? I don't understand you. And look, both the ducks are different colors. That's cool. One's brown, one's white. That's interesting. Okay, let me go and because I'm gonna forget. Yeah. No flower. I may as well come to Sam since I'm here. Okay. What's going on with the music? I mean, I could get one of everything. Sure. What's happening with the music at all? Oh, oh no, that's that thing. Is acting funky. Cool. Starting and then stopping. Mm. Are you sleeping, Taco? Yeah, Taco's a bit. I don't have any way to take stuff that I have. Mm-hmm. Another bug. How can you see me so far away? No hope of getting that. Are you seriously closed? Right? That's fine. Wild seed. Boop, 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 boop. La, la, la. No hope. Trash out here. Trash, no trash. Oh, nice. Ornate. It doesn't just have trash. Really? That I was gonna get. I can't get. And then for trash to go. Thanks for stopping by, Romna. It was nice seeing you. Oh, mayonnaise. Let me. 100. Yeah, I didn't water that. Let me cut down some more trees. No bug. What is that? Oh, no, that's that thing. Ooh. I think it needs to be cricket that I can sell. Mm. $25. Still some time and some energy. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. La, 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 la. Right to look at the television. We can see how to be a farmer. I'm not gonna read this out loud. I'm gonna eat. All right, so I'm finished. Would actually let me put it. Oh. At least it's in the bag so I can take it with me. Oh. Here. What's going on? I need to finish filling out my ballot. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I almost didn't make it in here playing. 100. Oh, I thought I was gonna have $1,000. Oh well. The Animal Festival is coming up on summer 12th. Bring oh, bring your pet for a fun race. If you have a chicken or a cow, enter them in the competition. Oh, I'm entering my chickens. The event starts at 9 a.m. in front of the community center. Hold on. How are you doing, sweetheart? I heard Coral Island is beautiful this time of year. Grandpa Ashley and I miss you very much. P.S. Here's some money for you. Oh, excuse me. It isn't much, but we hope it's useful. Love, Grandma. The lore is all right. Double products. Uh, Mariah is all right. It already looks all right. That's a big egg. Whitney's okay. And Erica, you doing all right? Yeah, they are really different ducks. And that's a duck, right? Oh, that's a goose. That is a freaking goose. Can't be a duck. I know we need to offer that, but two things. Yay, they're happy. Perfect. Yep, go ahead and eat up all the grass. Now, ooh, ocean, I'm almost at. Yeah, I don't have papayas. Nothing. Journal, player. It doesn't show my animal pot. Yeah, we gotta offer that. Oh, I keep doing that. So now that I have a goose, I don't know what to do with the goose. Does it give you eggs? I know in real life the answer is yes. Let me Google Coral Island goose. Okay, no, it is a duck. I'm looking at them and there's two different. It just looks different. There's two different types. A white duck and a brown duck. Yeah. The mood and the heart level. Okay. So what about fowl? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We not get too far ahead. Basically, it's not a goose, it's a duck, which is what I thought when I bought it. My BFFs forage so that I can get another $500 because that also upgrade some stuff. You feel comfortable in the forest. The area around Kira's cabin is very lush. Late husband used to find plenty of things there. Bonbon. Get the garbage can over here. Trash. Look for stuff we can find in nature. Ooh. We already have that, so we can sell it. There's a bug. Artillery, I'm pretty sure I already have that done. Flowers over here. There usually are. Mhm. Oh, I can barely see that, which is perfect. I'm pretty sure that means that I don't have it. Oh, yes, I think I do actually. Admiral. Crash. Oh, we gotta go home. I'll come back for you. Both. Okay. Oh, no, what am I doing? I can go down to get money for it right now. Let me just put the again. I'm on hunt for $500. Still need to go get the other cricket. Uh, flower to the first person. Larkspur. Well, would you look at that? Thank you. Search. Get the cricket back there. Paste it. And then I gotta search the other side. Trap. I want to know what this does, because it... No, nothing. Out back. Flower. Here. I'm gonna be able to get it, but... Oh, I had it for a second and go this way. See what I can find. Flower. Another flower. And another. Ooh, and two more flowers. I need to open this. Let me just go back and forth isn't... Okay. Well, we've already had that. Give him a flower. you. You're very generous. If anything weird ever happens on the farm, come tell me. Love a good story. The trash collecting isn't a contest per se, but I like to think it is. Is your brother? Come here. I just thought about it. Where can I sell flowers? And I wonder how much they sell for. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me give him this. I appreciate it. Thanks. Oh, it looks so gross. Got it. Violin beetle. It's more like a that does. Okay. Well, it's time to go donate that and then sell the other bugs. Um, Let me actually look and see if I can sell flowers. Coral Island, can I sell flowers? Use a flower buffet bouquet. They're needed to make insect trap. Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't sell the flowers because there's so much I can do with them. I want 1,500, man. There. Oh. And I could get a pet, but I'm trying to upgrade stuff. Like, I'm trying to be smart, you know? I don't ever talk to Millie. I don't ever go in there. Summer can get pretty stuffy. Thankfully, I live in Garden Lane. It's so green and lush. Once you open the window, the breeze is amazing. It's the base camp for bugs, though. I bet you could catch a lot of them there. So, trash. It's the bugs that I want to put it. Oh, no, actually, the bugs that I'm off. So I'm selling. Hmm. Oh, you got a coconut drink? Well, tomorrow I should have 1,500. And you know what? I can upgrade tools here. Oh, these. Okay, okay. All the way up there. Ew. Where have I not? Cavern to a bug. Mm. Oh my gosh, it was green for a split. You know what I could do that would make sense? Like a fish right here. Oh, no. Get some summer fish. Oops. I'm sitting here trying to look at something out the corner of my eye. Chub. Okay. Never heard of that. But and another chub. There's something to sell. Go home. Man, I can't wait till I can open up the fast travel up here. Not that far, but make sure. Okay, and so just it made me donate the better one. Known that, I would have put it in the thing. Rude. Game is rude. Oh, what the heck? Orchid this. Or no, peanut and butter. donate that butter. Makes sense. What is flour though? This wasn't too much trouble. I accept. Thank you. We've almost got pumpkin seeds. Faces. I have enough to go to. I don't ever see you. Your tea doesn't kick like a mule. It's not strong enough. That's in this line of work. There's no time for dilly dallying. I face the beast head on, and that's what keeps me alive. You did anything? Garbage can. Wasp. All that. Oh, my mayonnaise is probably done. Get. Now the mayonnaise might set me over 1500. 100 each. Okay, and then that. I know that's 40. Yeah, let's do one. Let's do one. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I have so much energy up. Syrup. Freeze down. What I don't have. Does anybody have 3 hearts? I have one with everyone? Oh, not Nina. Okay, but Nina's New Island. Nina and Joko and Emma. Charles. Oh, it's Connor's birthday today. Find him? Connor, okay. Connor, I'm coming. No, that's about. Go. Fine. I already off. I'm gonna find him. Let's go. Thank you for remembering my birthday. Betty is right. You're a very thoughtful person. Oh, that's nice. No, she was speaking high. Hopping away on it. Spots for 2 more things. Yeah, I'm gonna have more than 1,500 tomorrow. I want. Yes. Oh, we already had that. That's the wasps. So tomorrow is the with the chick guy sold. Maybe. Yeah. 200 for maple syrup. Hmm. Nice to know you. Nice to know. See the farm. Okay, you can tell that I've, started, done some clearing a little bit. Still, knees. Right, I'm good to go. Let's just see what we can see tomorrow. If there's something new on TV. Did we already see Game of Thrones? Yeah, we already saw the soup because one did stone soup. Or one did tomato soup and one did something. The land. Summer is here. Let me tell you about summer fish. Clownfish live in the ocean, swimming near the docks during the day, not at night. This fish is so wise. It literally reminds us that at the end of the day, we need to take some time off and just focus on ourselves. I love this fish. I do need to swim. I do need to fish at night too. 700 doll hairs. Ooh, I don't remember exactly what I need. Bronze bar. And don't we need like stone and wood too? Make sure they're gonna be open today. Stuff happening. Open at 9. So at 9 we are gonna take our money because we need to pickaxe. Let me get my almonds out. Get all my eggs. There's gonna be some goose eggs or duck eggs, I mean. Not big eggs because I still appreciate you guys. Your head back like that. On out, y'all. Right. Let me go check the the traps. Not back here. No, because I don't. Out here. Perfect. And mhm. 9 o'clock. Go ahead. Get on down there. Oh, I didn't put my stuff away for mayonnaise. Trash. This bug. I want you to open up. Let me get him a little. Oh, it's for me. It's not even my birthday. So since I'm here, that's cute. I think I'll walk through town on my way home. I have to. Let me see if there. I think there is, but let me. Oh, I have to come back. I'll sell. I'm gonna grab that, sell it, and then go see what else I need. What's the for the legends about magic on this? Bunch of silly hand wavy. Are you guys not open? Thanks. I don't know who likes Waku. I don't ever. The lighthouse where my dad lives. Get real stuffy when it gets humid. Thanks for thinking. Ooh, what do? Okay, so it was just wood. So then, money out of myself. Put this stuff away. Those mangoes now. Hmm. What just? Oh, another 9. Much as we can, right? I think I'm gonna split up a lot of the trash because I don't want it. Actually, 500. This one. Don't want it to hit 999 because then it. So that's what I'm gonna do here. That doesn't make sense, but it does to me. Any. It's not a lot. Now I know how much they. Let me go to the ocean. We can put it here. Let's go fish in the ocean. Oh, that's trash. And that's trash too. This is a fish. Ooh, I almost lost it. Okay, perfect. Because I'm pretty sure fish is supposed. What? Let's go do it right now because I got to do it last time. Even though this is a silver lionfish. But this is a lake though. In the spring. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't think I'd get that. Oh. Yeah, and I wanted to on the 12th. Okay. So I'm gonna sell the fish. Sell it right here. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just in time. Thrash is a lot. Nice. Seriously, I'm ready for a large. Six Club? I think so, but I might be wrong. And then we can go fishing at night in the ocean. What else we can pick up? Fish here at night too. Mm-hmm. Goldfish? Same fish that I got during the day. I realized I didn't get a clown. Slimy and feeds. This microphone is. Come and knock 'em. See what we can get. We've already. What's our root? Did you hear something? Like a whistling noise coming in. Scary. diving again. Ugh. Come on. Shoot. Pretty close too. I realize I hold my breath when I'm waiting for. Ooh, I believe this one needs to be tuna did too. That just means I need to stop home first. Well, I guess I can hold on to it till no, it just needs to be donated. Okay. To be sold. Come on. Go to sleep. Chop down some trees, but whatever. Oh, my neck. Your bronze pickaxe is complete. Yeah, I have to go donate that. Okay. Good. But there's only one egg. One chicken? Okay. Mariah didn't want to give me an egg. Why did that not go into the mayo? Did have two eggs. Yeah, I think today we're gonna go follow the retreating route. Pumpkin seeds. But yeah, plant them away before I forget and plant them. That will not be good. Yeah, good. And let me see. Let me just put all the diving. Okay. Food. I need scythe. I need. Just go to the diving pier. There. Never. Diving. I don't think I've been down here since I've had this enchanted, have I? Because now it's supposed to work once. Change it down here. They're called. Change direction. Change direction. Oh, hi. Don't understand what the seal said. Thank you for the gift. Wakami. Best enjoyed cold. Thanks. I got a coffer. Do them anyways. Oops. This microphone is weird how it's set up. Okay. that like racing? It could be. Go up there right now because I don't know what time they close. I want to open this coffer and I can drop some stuff off and then come back. And I can get my drop stuff off first. Get my tools. Open today. Oh, they're not even open today. But can I get my tool? Great. Skies. Do my pockets and that'll be that. The Welk in here. The rest of it's food. Mm. La da 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 da. Ooh. Think about selling my stuff here. Can't even move. Can't use bombs with water. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. That's just there. But something tells me it's not over there because it's this one, so it would be. Hopefully, I'm right. Perfect. Great. Another coffer would be nice. A wonderful path. Um, the retreating. The um, is this? You know, just act like this is where it went, cause I see this stuff. That's right. Where else it could have gone? That's healed then. Oh. Okay, so this is where the moving breeding root is. Have to be somewhere near here. don't want to have to come back here tomorrow, you know? This is a big area. Do I would have wasted so much energy and crawfish. Calico lobster. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely predators because most of it was gone out of its way. Can't see over here. Still blocked. Um. Gone out. Oh, it's coming back over here. And up here. you. Yeah, basically, this one is saying, nope, we. I want to see this go away. Another coffer. Shoot. I have to leave. Okay. That. Doggone it. I have to come back. They're gonna force me up and cleared so much of. Alright. It's fine. Take that. to sleep. Oh, no. I need to put stuff that I'm gonna sell. No, there's some mayonnaise, I think. But we'll get it the next day. Okay. Hot in here. Harvest. Know why I want to look at artifacts. Silver kelp and artifacts. Throwing anything in here. Large egg and 2. It's cranky. I could let you outside. You crank. You guys can come out here, but I don't think you want to, so just to let you out. I'll take the mayonnaise to Sam's because that just makes sense, right? Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna put the large egg away. Oh, man. And the hay can go back. Okay, hot pepper needs to be offered. I'm glad I. I don't have anything else. Oh, look at that. Any mayonnaise. think I'm gonna be able to do the animal. Not open yet. Watch your head, it's quite the storm. I still fish here and there, you know, especially now that it's salmon season. Open. Stands. Making something with. Don't have space. That. Doesn't. Oh no, that was there before. I don't know why I do stuff like this. Literally, I knew better, but still did it. I think I'm gonna upgrade another. Fishing pole, but oh, I was gonna plug my phone in. It's about to die. Oops. Ooh. Oops. Retrieve upgraded tools. I love how excited she was. The chain, I think I already. Sundial, nice, nice. Go visit Sam, let me not forget. And then the museum. I never talked to her. I don't want to get muddy, but maybe muddy is good sometimes. Sam's birthday. Wait. I don't have anything to give them. Come back. You don't take my honey? I can't help myself. Yay. 2 more. So only 2 artifacts left? What I need to do is go get a flower. Ooh, somebody is speeding. Silver. Mm. Okay. Oh, I need to get a flower. Go back. Because I'm stupid and I didn't ask them to do this while I was here. If I'm gonna upgrade one thing, go ahead and upgrade underwater. Sigh. Hi. It's store, yeah. My downtime, sometimes I mine for ore in the cavern to make weapons. You can always count on our store. It's storming really hard, so I might as well keep the furnace on and get some work done. I was reminded yesterday how I hate working in front of the furnace in summer. I bet you never felt heat like they. Oof. Too much. Hey, Sam, I got a birthday gift. And then we have. Might have more artifacts. Birthday Sam. This is a great birthday gift. Thank. Come. I might just work tomorrow. The rain makes me feel a bit lazy. I don't know. Maybe I'll play games instead. I have plenty of games I haven't In my Vapor account? What is a Vapor account? Try out my new pickaxe. Two. Enough, because that for some reason. Some food that I can use. Goes there. This also. Fishing pole. Axe. Oh. Just in case, since I have this. No. Trap. Take a walk. Talk later. Get down at least 5 more levels. Since it's taken up 2 spaces. Woo! And sell these. Go up and get some of that food that's really good. Tacos? Good. Let's go. At least 5, maybe 10 layers, levels, whatever. It would be nice to finish, but it's exhausting. This is a great upgrade. Cool. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, like a cat. No. No. Mm. I feel like I should. Stupid, but I think they closed. Nice to know. Mm. Bronze ore is good because I'm done with all my bronze. I didn't turn into... Run so slow. Bam. Cool. More. More levels. That's perfect. Ooh, ooh. It is extra. I do want to. Okay. In here. And it's not hot outside. It's 72. Things. inventory's full. Get downstairs. This is... I don't do it today. May as well. Oh, nice. But I think I'm done. It's getting worried. Also, two. And get home before this thing. Kill anything. Let's just make this a 6-hour stream. Or 8-hour stream. It's 6 hours already. Crawling critter scent. More stamina, health, and skill point. Ooh. And I'll have my other scythe. Complete. Okay. Why is that looking dry? Come on out, gals. Mariah's okay. Whitney's okay. All right. Yeah, one of these ducks don't like me. That's fine. Y'all don't have to like me. But where is... Oh, here it is. Watering can doesn't matter because I'm just going to take the watering can for a second. Oop. Wheat, okay. Gardenia's done. Everything else is not. I want to walk around with my stuff, you know? So. Let me check my traps. A couple other traps that I haven't checked. Oh. Gotcha. I think I had 6 traps and I only really know where 4 are, I think. Oh, why am I gonna do that when I'm just gonna go down there? May as well. There's a trap down there. And I can sell the stuff right away. Why not, you know? Let me get the other trap first. Perfect. Devil. Oh, let me get their garbage can. Ooh. I'm pretty sure I've already gotten bluegill. Let me double check. Look at that one too. Catching. Better quality or double? I'm gonna do double. Oh, move faster. 100%. That's what I'm gonna get. Do I have... Oh, I don't have Heart with Antonio. Or Archie. Or Charles. Or Emma. Or Joko. I already knew about Nina. And there's one other. Oh. I guess I do with the other. Whoever it was. It was, Jim, right? Name? Yeah. Not Joko. Whatever. I'm myself dizzy. We'll get some shells. Oh, bluegill. What? Yes. Perfect. Donated. That's all I needed to say. Inventory full. No. 2. Okay, so I'll come. I hope they're gonna be open today. I didn't check. They might be closed days. If they are, I'm gonna cry. Closed today. Of course you are. Alright, I'll drop these off and come back. Garbage. Um, Okie dokie. Ooh, there's something else. Yeah, I already have that one. So we'll just sell it. Let me say hi to her. Up for a game of volleyball? No, and I don't have a flower because I've never given you a gift. Maybe I'll grab one. Actually. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Gift. You can never go wrong with this. Thank you, Darl. Darl. Oh, there's Bonbon. Is Bonbon a puppy or a full-grown boy? That's a good question. Oh, forgot I had this. I was so excited for my stuff. Ooh, Azurites. Oh yeah. Let's say hello. Raphael and I went over to the inn and had a quick dinner with our niece Valentina to celebrate her birthday. That's nice. Alright, so I'm gonna take Azurite to the museum. And then we're going underwater. This. Oh, well. Flowers, so I'm gonna give you one. Pause. I appreciate it, thanks. Just clean up a bit of moss on the stone. Sometimes I come here to read a book. It's nice and quiet. What are you, Give them the flowers too. Oh snap! I think I only have one more. Oh. I'm trying to teach relevant subjects. I like to teach them a thing or two about coral reefs. That's smart. Oop, I didn't mean to. I didn't do that. Now what's this? Something for me? Much appreciated. Okay. What is... Oh, I could talk to them? Yeah, I don't understand what they're saying, so... So much easier. Oh my gosh. Worth it. I wonder if it's under here. I would have thought it'd be on that side. Okay. I guess this shows that you can't make assumptions. Still gonna clear all of this. Let me get this since there's stuff coming out of it. I might get some... Oh, I don't know why I thought it was this one. Since there's stuff there. Yep, because I figured you gotta get rid of this first. Ooh, coffer. I'm gonna be real. I don't care to finish that one right now. I think the best thing that I can do is to find this one and then worry about that one. Because, yeah, it's blocked. I see it. But while I have energy, because if I have to come back, then I don't want to have to go through all this again. No? No, I'm not gonna wait. There's another barnacle. Oh, and a fur. Come on. I think that's one that needs to be offered. Yep. Perfect. See? Now I can unblock this. Now if I gotta go upstairs, well, I say upstairs, but and I'll be fine. There's another. Okay, so this one is done. It didn't get very far. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, I don't really care about that one. Truth be told. So we're gonna sell this one and donate that one. That's what I'm seeing. Oh. But over here is where I have to go. Ooh, I got a coffer. Okay. This, we'll drop the anchor. So I don't know if I'm able to follow it anymore. Okay. We're about done, I think. Exciting. After I clear this, then what? About to say, let me go up and open these coffers, but no, it's too late. Yes, it's the left one. Another coffer. A lot of money in my pockets. The next couple days. And maybe that last artifact. That would be nice. What is this? Hold on. Oh, we've already had that. An adventurous purse or whatever it is. Oh, because my inventory's full. We don't need that wood. All I know is I want this. Okay. So it didn't quite work, and that makes sense, right? Because you're gonna want both. Right? It's still pretty early, 8:40. I've still got about an hour in real life that I'm willing to be on here. Nothing. That. I want to get this stuff in the middle because I feel like that's where it's gonna be. Hmm. Shoot, I got 1 hour. Come on, we can find it. We don't have to activate it. We can find it though. Come on. Lot. Do it. Especially with this upgraded. And I got another coffer. Awesome. Come on. All I have to do is find it and activate it, and then we can go. Come on. We can do it. You do it. We gotta find it. 10 minutes. I know it's late. Come on. No. That was fun while it lasted. I'm not gonna do. So we're gonna sell that one. Sell that too. Sell that too. Oh, what's that? And donate and be in. Which green urchin king scallop. Can remember that. I don't want to get my tools because they're all over the place. Sell that. Oh, and the. This was here. This. Reason this. One, but I don't know what it is. Oh no, it's this. And that should have been up there, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's see what's on TV real quick. How to be a farmer. Oral shopping. Seasoning set. 13.50. Okay. Okay, scrap arch and chest. We got more health and stamina. And another heart with Pablo. Our BFF. Future BFF. Alright, we got quite. Ah, are we ready? Oh gosh. Today's the day. Opening Ceremony day. Finally, I was wondering how long it was gonna take. I just wanted to pick you up so we can go to the museum together. You ready? Yes. Let's go, Scott. Let's go. Oh no, I forgot something at home. Okay, well, you know what? Why don't you go on ahead and I'll see you at the museum. Gotta rush. See you at the museum. Don't be late, Scott, okay? Excited to see what you've done. Oh, we're going, okay. Oh, it's nice. No wonder it took so long. Have you seen Scott? He's late. He's supposed to start the ceremony. Millie, you might have to do it yourself. There he is. Welcome, honored guests, to the grand opening of the Founders Hall. We want to thank you all for coming to this grand opening. This museum is truly a collaboration between everyone here and even those that are not present. We all would like to extend our gratitude to all the backers who are here today and who believed in us enough to contribute to the building of our museum. This room, the Founders Hall, is the least we can do. Now enough blathering for me, time for us to finally officially open our Founders Hall. Mayor Connor, oh, I can't watch it while it's moving. What? Thank you, Scott. I was skeptical that there'd be this many people from all around the world who'd want to give us their money. I'm glad I was proven wrong. I'm sure you're all impatient to see the inside of this Founders Hall. So with this, I declare the Founders Hall is officially open. Wow, look, that's me. That's what I look like from the back, huh? Dang, it's even more magnificent in real life. She's happy. Good job, Scott. You pulled it off. Aw shucks, Millie. Thanks for believing in me. Minus points for being late, though. That'll go into your annual report. Oh, come on, Millie. I worked so hard on this. You know, I really tried to find a formal outfit for the opening ceremony. This is all I had. Maybe it's time for a trip to White Flamingo, you know? You did great, but tardiness is still tardiness. Well, I'll leave it to you. Looks like Mayor Connor needs some help. You did good, Scott. You know, I was actually really nervous there at the opening. I couldn't tell. Well, that's good then. It's really cool when you think about it, you know? I had this dream that I wanted to make come true. Then I threw it out to the world to ask for help. I thought maybe a handful of people would see the magic behind my dream and help me, but I never thought this many people wanted to help me make my dream come true. It's kinda cool, isn't it? Oh, and I almost forgot. This is what I ran to get earlier. This is for you, just a little thank you for all you've done for the museum so far. For me, this is a sort of bristle brush. It's similar to the one I've been using to clean fossils and torn pages I've found around the island. I think it'll be very useful for you based on what I've seen from you so far. I'm sure this brush will get a lot of mileage in your hands. Let me know if you find something exciting, okay? I can't wait to see what you'll bring to the museum. Ooh, now I can recover fossils and torn pages. Okay, well, first I need to water what can't be watered. I think this one. But, okay, that can be harvested radish. Nothing else though. Scrap. All the trash. Remember where I would have put it? Oh yeah. Duck mayonnaise. Check on. Actually, haul them outside. Come on, girls. Oop. With that neck. All hearts. Yeah, one of? Or no, I got one duck egg yesterday. Okay, so the ducks are on opposite schedules. I'm perfectly fine with that. Can I put this other duck egg in here? Yeah. And then, okay. No, right? Okay. Need to get the coffers opened. Yes, I have enough money. Got wood over there. Crap. I can sell the mayonnaise today. Go check traps. Ducks and chicken. Got a cricket. There's another bug. Flower. I think I'm ever gonna remember the name. A hibiscus, white hibiscus. I'm gonna get this. Flying in one direction. I don't know if I got that. goes with wood. Yeah, no, I'd rather use scrap because that's from trash. Caught. This that I caught. Tiger. Okay. To send that on out there. Do that and then I can come back to get the watercress. And I'm just gonna put this. And bother running around with. Or that. I was gonna. Don't want to. Because then I have to remember to go to Sam's, and I'm not gonna want to remember. I do want to finish underwater though. Find a way to open the gate. Oh yeah, this is my first time in the new museum. Okay, so donations still at the front, which is very smart. Not overcomplicate things. But let me look at. So they separate the artifacts? Is that what they're doing? Yeah, it looks like it. It's really cool. Insectarium? Ooh. Oh, yuck. Cool, but yuck. Can we read this? No. Literally everything that I've caught. Buzzing and flying. Ew, ew, ew. Around. Oh my gosh, this is like my biggest nightmare, but cool because we caught them. Alright, and these are. Yeah, I'm assuming that these are the people that backed it. Yeah, there are a total of 20,842 backers who supported the game. That's really what? So many people believed in this game. Like, aquarium, that's what I'm looking for. Now, is this gonna be the ocean? Or what? Where do they separate it? There's my octopus. I've been looking for you. They're octopus. Okay. Oh no, that's still. Oh my gosh, and underneath. That's cool. And then they have the little area. Hmm. That aquarium has that. That gallery. Yes, I love that. Those didn't I? I like it. They did a good job with this. I'm gonna go to the Founders Hall a different artifact hall. I feel like that's where I came in. Oh no, maybe not. How do we get out of here? Inspect it partially buried fossil. Oh, yeah. This is where we came. So there's a lot more artifacts, or at least more space for artifacts. That's cool. Could definitely get lost in there. Oh. Thank you all for coming to today's town meeting. Today's agenda is to set up the next round of cemetery cleaning. Raphael not doing a good enough job? What is his hat doing? As you all know, heavy rain seemed to clog up our sewage. Oh no. Pablo and his brother worked hard to clear the sewers around town. Thank you guys for doing that, because thanks to them, we didn't have a bad flood. This season's budget will also go into fixing the leaking roof of our community center. Last on the agenda, the cemetery is showing a lot of moss, and let's face it, I need volunteers. Who's it gonna be, folks? Oh great, thank you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. then, meeting adjourned. So if we meet there at 10, do we help? Pablo, don't leave yet. We're nosy. He just said Pablo, don't leave. This man right here, always the first to volunteer. What a fine young man. Here you go, son. Have some of my fish soup. I made plenty. That's nice. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to contribute. I have nothing but time. You have to forgive me for not giving more. What? Stop it. Look at you, dear. So humble. No, you must not think that way. Instead, look at what you've given to the community, which is plenty. Oh. What a wise way to look at things. It's always great to hear perspectives from successful people. Oh, you, always with the compliments. Ha ha ha, that's Pablo for you. Alright. Hi, Kenny. Just look at that new museum. I could lose myself in there for hours, I tell ya. Yeah, I just got lost in there. Well, turned around. Bit up a flam back. Okay. Now, yes, we were gonna go see. We need to clear some space because I got a lot of coffers. And we gotta go explore the ocean and open that gate. It's gonna be interesting. And I may as well drop off some of my tools. Don't need that. And let me put in diving. I don't plan on using a pickaxe. Not any of that. I don't think I checked back here. In this, that duck with the hat on is killing me. No. I feel like these are mangoes. Like, very mango-ish. Mango-shaped-ish, kinda. A little bit. Nothing? Ooh! This one is easily spooked, I see. Alright, we're selling both of them. And I gotta go back, because... Oh no, I have space. I don't have space. Yes, we do. Alright, Pablo. You know, open these for me. Prehistoric bowl. I don't think we have that. We did not have a ship's wheel. Now we got two. We didn't have small figurine. Now we got two. We didn't have a jade hair stick. I think we had a gemstone candlestick, but I don't think it was red. Let me see. I figured once it opens that it would be available. So excited. Oh, and now I can go home and then go enchant. Ooh, yeah, no, we're really about to have a good time under the ocean. In the ocean, not under the ocean. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need anything else. Because this is not enchanted. It was the pickaxe that I enchanted. So we're gonna go try to do this and see if it helps me under there. I don't know if it will, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? Of course, I got something else in my pocket, but it's fine. Didn't I leave a flower up here? Was that today? It's today. Oh no, it was food. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep. Got that watercress. Ooh. As well, it's more money for tomorrow. Oh, it was this one. Yeah. No. Shoot! Why did I do that? Should I redo the day? Because I totally fucked that up. I'm not gonna redo the day. I'm not, because today was a lot. And I'm not going back through all of that. How did I click the wrong one and I had to hold on it? No energy drain is awesome, right? Whatever. I forgot that this one was the one that was... That just goes to show how slow. Ah, I could kick myself. Part of me wants to go and redo the day, but that'd be so stupid. We just go underwater. And now I know to not be stupid. To pay attention. For some reason I was thinking that I was gonna choose that one. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, there's some salt. There's a scrimp. Look at that energy draining and it didn't have to. Oh. Well, at least it didn't all populate back up because there's a lot of trash down here. I need you to be let go, friend. You can't be locked up in there. I don't think it's gonna be on the side, but you never know. Come on. Look at this energy dropping. And it didn't have to be like that. I am clearing whole areas that don't need to be cleared. Oh shoot! Take it to the lab to process. That's why it wouldn't go in my pockets, because I was like, don't I have watercress in my pocket already? We clear literally everything. And it's the very last place I would ever think it would be. I think it would be that far out to me. Over here would make sense to me, because it can loop around as many times as it wants. Boy. I said I'm clearing whole sections. Because if I leave one, it's gonna be that one. Oh gosh. That low energy. What a shame. Oh, and we've already cleaned up over. Why would it be over here? That'd be smart. Doesn't make sense that it would be over here, but it would make more sense than it being back there. Why? have another coffer. Another coffer. If it's not over here, it was worth coming over here. Oh, cleared everything. Sunset, it's over here. Oh, there still is some stuff over here. Okay. I didn't clear a whole section. Thought. There we go. See? Did make sense to me up there. I knew it. I knew it. Knew it, I just didn't know it. Yep, I done cleared everything for you. Yep, you're welcome. You don't get that one piece? No? Wow. Oh. I'm shocked. Ooh, it's a beluga. I don't understand what they're saying. I know. Gold kelp. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Beluga. Did it open? Probably not, but possibly. No, it did not. So, hello. Hello. You're looking for. Okay. So which ones did I miss? Ooh. So there are 3. Only 3. Something tells me that's it. So if I just keep going, I'll reach those 3. And if that doesn't open it, then I don't know what, because well, it won't make any sense to me. Okay, well that is still. I go through here? Okay. It didn't look like I could, but I can. I'm gonna make an assumption. Maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to. This is the area. Does there work help? Oh, inventory full. It's alright. So that's some food. We're gonna get that. Need to find things so I can put the. Let me go ahead and just eat the wakame. Doesn't give me that much energy, but it's in the way because I got that ticket. Because I can eat that, and I've already sold and. Put that up for the offering. But this is gonna be like that other one. If I find them, I'm not gonna worry about clearing the path for them. Because really I just want to get them. Perfect. I'll activate though. Good. That way when I come back. Coffer. Guess I should have seen which one it was. Was it the right one or the left? No, it was the right one. Oh, it's blocked. I don't really care right now. Because my energy is not that low. It takes quite some time to eat the food. So I really just want to find the other thing. Coffer. Another one. I love it. Yes, I know. Soon you'll be pulling me up out of here because I think it's 11 o'clock is when we have to leave here. Reason why I don't care to clear it. Tonight. An hour. I'll just eat that. What am I doing? I don't want to hear that we have to leave soon. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me that. Gotta be right here. Look at that. Okay, now I'm happy now, and we still have 40 in-game minutes to clear things out. About to pull me up. Oh, the other one finished though. That's cool. I guess we'll see what it looks like tomorrow. I want to get let's see, I want to get shells, but at the same time, I want to make sure I put these in here. Okay, let's go get some shells. I really don't have time. Let's be honest. If we're gonna have all of our energy tomorrow, I don't have time. So put these in here. In here. 11:40. Just on time. Oh, mason jar. I don't know what hydro is. And makeshift floor tile. Okay. And more stamina and health, I think it is. Oh, and a makeshift art. I'm neglecting Charles, Archie, Antonio, Joko. Nobody has 3 hearts though. Only 2. Raphael, Scott, Pablo, Oliver. Oh, little Oliver. Ben and Aaliyah. That's funny because I never see Aaliyah. Andy Farmer crafted. Dance of the soil staying watered overnight if mixed with soil. That's funny. I mean, I could do the makeshift stuff at first. Oh, I gotta get my watering can. Because if I don't, I'm gonna forget. Let's be real. Who this? I need a hibiscus flower. If you have any, please send one my way. The Walter at the vineyard. Okay. The animal festival's tomorrow. You know what? We might be doing. I don't think so. About 10 minutes. Okay, there we go. Some duck mayonnaise. That sounds so nasty. Call them out here. Come on, girls. Let's go, girls. Do 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 do. The neck. You looking alright? She looking okay? Yep, I get a duck egg every day. I like it like that. So I'm not really sure how to do this. Oh, ocean is D. Inventory, yeah. Do I equip? No? How do I really do this? this because I wanna. Don't want to. Oh, okay. Well, the mason jar is yeah. It's a okay stuff there. Okay. Let me get the other duck egg. I think it was a duck egg. No, it wasn't a duck egg. Okay. Well, you know. All right, where's Walter? um. Yeah, we met Beluga. Walter, where are you? You're in your house. Okay. It opens at 9. And who else have I given a gift to this week that might put me over the edge to an art? I've only given you. Okay, Randy. We'll look for Raphael and Randy. Randy, where are you at? Oh, okay, right around. Randy. Oh, shoot. I really want that. It's going faster than I am. I got the one that I wanted. Oh my gosh. And this is Randy. Hold on. Randy, 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 Randy. Now what's this? Something for me? Yes, something for you. I think he's one that I just don't give anything to. Yep, as the museum grows, it's going to positively impact my clothing store. I gotta keep that for... No! Actually, I don't. I'm waiting for... This is for... Because I got Randy. I gotta give... He's not here. Oh, Raphael, he just... moved fast. It's just right there. But let me say hello at least. Good thing the museum was upgraded. I didn't want to say it before, but it was looking a little worse for wear. Where the heck? Okay, there he is. Appreciate it, thanks. You're welcome. Now let me find Walter. Ooh, there's bluegill. And another bluegill. Nice. Let me find my way to the vineyard. The observatory. I know that they're like right down from the observatory. I'm not gonna even try to get to. I'm not interested. Oh, they got a garbage. Ooh, that was a big, juicy caterpillar. Walter. Oh, Walter. Thank you. You're welcome. Another animal festival tomorrow, huh? Last year's was interesting. Let's see how this one turns out. The view from here is unbeatable. It's the main reason we purchased the place. Okay. Oh, let me rummage through your trash can, sir. Get your scraps. And oh, look at this. There's nothing. Sure. Little wood. Caught insects. Yeah, donated. Oh, trash. Let's see. Yeah, no. Do go diving. Hopefully finish. Then I might have to cheat and see how we do it. But something tells me if we clear all of these, I don't see why it wouldn't work, you know? That's common sense. Oh. I think I went to sleep on time last night. Ooh, this is gonna look cool. It'll make sense why you have to clear this. Oh yeah, this is how I came down. Duh. Once again, smart. Be more on this side, maybe not exactly. There's some salt. Right. I literally cleared it all. Like, I know it's over here somewhere. Probably up here. I think it's on this half. Oh. Looking like I probably am. Not a piece of trash in sight. 8 hours. Wait. How did I not see that those are both? They're both done. They're both done. Why did I just do all of that? I just need to come over here and do this one. No wonder I couldn't find it. Duh. It's wasted half my energy. Ugh. It's fine. That's what happens when you're on here for so long. I can some resources up on the way. Ooh, I think that's new to me. Inventory full. Oh, we're getting that 8-armed sea star, dog on it. What do I have to eat? Yeah. We're just around the river bend. I don't know why I left this one. I remember this too. Oh shoot. Okay. I want this though. Welk. Oh, zebra mussel. Not that yet. There's another whelk. More food. I don't need this. Let me eat the food so I can get the food. Yep, someone told me that they're not the same quality. Oops. Wasting energy. Okay, so this one is the one. It's a different quality. Not gonna be able to eat anything else. That's a good problem to have. Even the glass underneath. I don't think it would be over here, but well, Money, 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 money. Money. Okay. I don't see why it would be over here, and I'm being for real. Because that's already done. That's already done. So literally, it should be anything over here. So maybe this little piece that I left. Irritated. Oh man, I was trying. Not a singular thing. Yeah, this is too far. Make this make even this. I feel like it would. Thank little piece. No, it's not. This is why I left it, because I was like, this is freaking piece trash up out of here. Still, I felt. But if that's all clear, stop trying to make it make sense because it's not. You just gotta do what you gotta do. Made no sense. Got it. Go backwards. Why wasn't this one over there? Don't you dare get stuck on anything. Don't you dare. You hear me? Here we go. Dare you. It's the end of the ocean. Oh, where it ends, or do I need to just... crazy. I also should have known because of all this over here. Something had to have happened because you're not going to tell me that nothing happened. When all of these are open, so let's go on. I'm gonna go on up, yes. To empty, to sell. Because whatever's happening next, I'm not gonna have any room in my pockets, you know? I know I only have a couple hours, but at least maybe I can find glasses. I can't even get that. Oh, look at that. Opened an extra one. Okay. All of that's being sold. And that's it. Let's go down to this one. I don't know what this means, but let's see. This is yep, this is ooh. I'm assuming this is. It just makes sense, right? I think I did it correct. Gain access to Merfolk Kingdom. I'm scream. How do we look so small? Flotsam and jetsam. Explore the kingdom. But I don't want to go to sleep. Yeah, I keep forgetting papayas for Emma. You know what? Emma, I don't know what to tell you. Emma, I'm busy. That's the only thing I can say. There's nothing else. Oh my gosh. Is that heal the ocean? Okay. So tattoo. Okay. Enter. Problem. Everything is closed. What is? Oh, general shop. So this is a town. Birthday today. Aaron. Its own town. Oh, her hair. Stop right there. Identify yourself, land dweller. No harm intended. No harm, huh? A likely story. Land dwellers don't bring peace. You know, call for backup. I'll keep an eye on this one. Got it. Oh dear, oh dear. This one's fast. Lower your spear, Samaru. Samaru, sir. This is a land dweller, a threat to the kingdom. Yes, sir. This one, however, speaks our language. Doesn't that make you curious? This one possesses something other land dwellers do not. We've met before, yes? Yes, during a patrol with one more. Good memory. The other one was Agung, my patrol buddy. Sir, as you can observe, this land dweller has managed a full-blown chat with me. Intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Understood. I just realized I haven't shared my name yet. My name is Denali. That's Dino. Oh, and I forgot what his name is. Unfortunately, your visit to our realm counts as a bit of a crisis. We'll need to take this matter to King Krakatoa. He'll decide what to do. The palace ahead is our destination. Please head inside when you're ready. Okay. So I'm not gonna go inside the palace today. Are you absolutely certain about this, Denali? Land dwellers have a notorious reputation. With all due respect, sir, we don't know anything conclusively. What we know so far has simply been an ocean of myth and hearsay. Myths or precautionary advice. I bet my fin on it. We should give Adventures with V the benefit of the doubt. Alright then. I love her hair. Well, back to guarding, I suppose. Alright, we will enter Naga Palace and meet the king next time because... Oh, yeah. Let me put the anchor here. Let me put it in the center. No? Guess the anchor can't quite come this far. Moving anchor. Alright, let's go. Oh. journal. You're an unwanted guest in the Merfolk Kingdom. Denali has asked you to speak with King Krakatoa inside Naga Palace. 500. 300. So this is how you make money. Okay. You follow what is said to you to do. Most money we've had this whole time. Oh. I go into the palace. I'm never getting off of this computer. So I need to go back to the farm. Go ahead and I don't know what that is. That was a cricket. Fine, I just got a cricket. I'm gonna sell all this stuff, and the next time I come in would be in the Merfolk Kingdom, working my way to move in there. Because from what I heard, you can farm down there and stuff. Really sure I haven't watched anybody play down there on purpose. And I was not trying to come on this game tomorrow, which is why I was like, yeah, let me play for a long time today. But now, Merfolk Kingdom, I don't know. I'm gonna have to get the garbage out super early. Done super early. No, I really don't need to though. Because I start a full work week back again. Trash. Oh yeah, I gotta go to. It's hot in here. Museum. This room is so hot, and it is in the 70s. It might even be cooler now because of how late it is. It's no sense. I'm being here sweating. $99. Let me go get the eggs. I forget what the eggs do. I'll go put the eggs that I have in my pocket in there. In the mason jar. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Empty my pockets. The cricket. Those will be open tomorrow. These are not food. These are food. This is food. Put the trash away. And diving. That. This stuff. Because I'm gonna be coming back. Just get all of my everything, you know. There. Then at least, you know. Okay. Oh, but I don't have space. Defeats the purpose. Diving. Put these in there. Because I was also gonna knock down some trees since I have so much energy. Salted duck egg. haven't really gone to get. We gotta hurry up and go to sleep. And come back to the game with my full energy. Right. That's enough, that's enough, that's enough. I put the salted egg and there we go. Wooden chest and wooden arch. And more stamina and health space. No mining. Go mining today. Okay, so we're coming back to the festival and to the Merfolk Kingdom. Look at all that money. I have enough to expand the house or expand my pockets. I think that would probably be smartest. Right, and okay. Talk. Ooh, a nice, beautiful. All right, well, that is it. Fun. And I'm excited to play again. It's definitely time to go. Oh. What day is today? Oh, yeah. And my ability to play before work on Tuesday is now over. It might be a week before I'm back playing this game. But anyways, whether it is or not, thanks for hanging out and have a good rest of your night.